10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team VIRTUS.PRO. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban.
Dusk. Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are you going to do when it's crunch time? Well, when it came to the Singapore Major, neither one of these teams came up with the results that they were hoping for, but there's still a second season and a second major on the way, so let's start this second season off running. For AS MONACO GAMBIT and VIRTUS.PRO, an early victory, especially for AS MONACO GAMBIT, right? Like, if this team can manage to beat VIRTUS.PRO, then it's like, okay, it's all downhill from here.
And VP, might be a new season, but nothing's changed. Opening is as expected, off-laner plus Lion. And you know, I point to, you know, EG surprised me because they basically just did the same thing they did in NA and almost ran away with the finals. But VIRTUS.PRO, you know, this might work in CIS. I expect it to continue to do so. But so when you go to these majors and you suddenly have to play against counter picks to your opening that you've never experienced. You know, they've probably scrimmed Na'Vi Gambit before. They've run Lion Beast. Probably looked really good. We'll see if it has the same. It's one of the best counters to Wisp, I would say.
I can't believe Grimstroke made it this far in the draft. Yesterday we were seeing Grimstroke get first round banned every single game. I've been seeing it in literally every single pub in the EU region, and it shares it with CIS, so I have to assume these guys know Grimstroke is quite powerful, and they go for the Lifestealer.
This
another hero
is already super VP favored.
I think so.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not even
Sand
close.
King,
Call
Sand
GG
King into
now.
Elder Titan is so hard. You get scouted by the Spirit, cancels the blink, really tough to epi in addition, you're going to sit in Sandstorm. Well, the Spirit Stomp alt combination will probably be in a pretty wide area. It's tough to juke if you want to stay and continue to deal damage. Plus, you're into a life stealer now, so any rage to counteract the stun, you might just end up feeding.
So we're 100% sure this is a carry IO. It's the IO Tusk lane, Grimstroke Sand King lane, something like that.
Sounds about right.
Just surprised. Seems very last patch.
Yeah.
Tusk got nerfed. His tag team, did he get any other nerfs? I think he got. He actually got his sigil really buffed. Just like every other hero, all their shards getting crazy.
So the only other way we could change this up, right, is Grimstroke mid.
Yeah.
Then IO 5 position with, say,
With the last big
Gyrocopter
carry.
or something like that.
Could be like a Slark too. It's a nice Slark game. IO Slark's a very classic combo. I think the IO Weaver thing is pretty dead, just because the whole idea of that combo was to move at 900 move speed.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe even a Medusa here, although it's a bit awkward with the rest of the draft. But when you're playing against Elder Titan, Deuce is cool because the damage absorbed by Mana Shield is already pre-reduction, so the lack of armor, magic armor, doesn't affect the hero as much as others.
Would it die to the Beastmaster though? Because I'm assuming that every Beastmaster I see will do the Axes build.
Sure, but I think you get the Mana Snake talent, at least get some of it. There's no Necro Book. I think that was more annoying to deal with.
That's true. I just think that like any hero that doesn't commit eventually dies to the Beastmaster. I feel like you deal with him by going on him, not by tanking through him. If that makes sense.
Well, at least they do have a good bit of initiation with this Sand King, Grimstroke, Tusk. Feels like they definitely do get in there.
It just doesn't this feel like the Liquid Alliance series all over again? I look at VP. Okay, Beastmaster, Lifestealer, last pick mid hero, probably going to be relatively durable. And then you have Venomancer. Good lord.
Looks like mid beast then, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And now you're going to have this Grimstroke Sand King combo with the Tusk. Sure, it's really nice, but when these heroes have their spells on cooldown, where's the damage? And Liquid, their big issue was they were running out of damage. They're up 16 kills. It didn't matter because suddenly you're playing into BKBs and 3 or 4 of your heroes now are useless.
Here's how I look at it: is Venomancer shoves the lane he's in. Beastmaster with the Axis build, he's going to shove his lane. And then you have Lifestealer, who sometimes when all the lanes are getting shoved in, you go, hey, let's go gank the carry. And then it's like, but it's a Lifestealer. Well, what are we going to do to this guy? So I just don't really see what Monaco Gambit's going to do if they fall behind at all. I feel like they have no recovery mechanism.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Terrorblade's great against these cores. Then I'm like, oh, wait, that's Lion Elder Titan. I don't want to play any Illusion hero against this. Maybe a PL.
PL's fine against those.
Yeah, PL's nice, but it's like, again, where's the damage?
And if it's no one mid hero, anything you want to see, SF?
SF is brutal in this.
I feel like it would free farm the lane, but
maybe a Dragon Knight? I really
against
don't know.
Not against Ag's Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Well, what's good against Ag's Beastmaster? You guys are so NA. You're like, oh, this is amazing.
Well, we saw the Invoker do incredibly well against it.
Okay.
We did see that. The EMP.
I can dig that.
Yep.
It kind of goes well with the rest of their lineup too. It gives you like a secondary core, and they go for the Pug.
Ooh, okay.
It's a lot of heal.
Yeah.
You got the IO core plus the Pugna. Pugna did receive some notable buffs. A lot of little quality of life things for him. I just think they're going to have some serious lane shoving issues, and they have like a very momentum based lineup on the side of Gambit. Like they need that early, like map troll, low cooldown, thriving, but I don't see how it's going to work out for him. I think the Venomancer pick, I really like it. Rounds out the VP draft really well. Lifestealer, they're not going to be able to mess with it.
Weren't you guys saying, though, that you feel like this new patch is like even more run at you and they do have the faster lineup? Like, what is it that you just don't like so much?
I'm saying that it's like the way you occupy lanes in this patch is very different. Since there's so much wide open space, you need to have like an alternative if you're the guy like get bullied out of lane. Against Lifestealer, anybody who lanes against him gets bullied out of lane. Anybody who lanes against Venom gets bullied out of lane. It's the same against Beastmaster. So then that means they have to be able to make moves. And I'm concerned that they won't be able to make moves early enough.
Yeah, and past that, they have absolutely nothing to deal damage against BKBs. Lifestealer has a built-in BKB. I'm sure Beastmaster is going to buy one at some point. And it's like, well, which core are we actually going to target? you need to run away with this game if you're Gambit. Like 3 tier 1s before VP even sniff.
They can snowball it though. They have a ton of healing.
All right, well, I'm glad BSJ said something about that because Kyle seems incredibly pessimistic. So I'll send you off to the casting desk, and Brian and I are going to sit down and talk a little bit more about how does AS Monaco Gambit actually win this game. Snowball, right?
It's hitting that critical threshold, right? Yeah. Where you have the IO getting Pugna sucked while you're trying to commit onto him, or whoever else you try to commit onto gets saved by the IO. They have that buddy syndrome where if they can stay together with 2 or 3 heroes on the map and feel good about it, they can definitely run them over that way.
All right, let's get this ball rolling early, and let's get this cast going as well, as we're going to send it over to Owen and Kyle.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, indeed. Getting ready to go with this one. An exciting best of 3 coming up here between VP and AS Monaco Gambit. Kyle, we've already heard some of your thoughts on the panel. I mean, just get into some of the action now. And sort of some queries that I had. You know, looking at this pick from AS Monaco Gambit, going for the core IO. I thought we weren't going to see this. I thought this hero was kind of done after the patch. Is that the case, or are we going to see AS Monaco Gambit show us that it can still work despite the nerfs?
I mean, it's a pretty significant nerf, right? The damage went from 10, 20, 30, 40 to, you know, up by 5, maxing out at 25. That is significant. That's a lot of damage missing. I've still seen it picked quite a bit, but I'm not really a believer, but I've been wrong many times before. We shall see. I'm just looking at the VP draft and thinking, yeah, this is damn good. And I think if you look across Dota history, this kind of draft's always been good. Like, this is Lion ET. We've seen this how long? Beastmaster Lifestealer.
Oh, Dream. Oh, he's stepping up for this. Oh, he's going to be able to tether across in time, and that will save him. Immersion in position on the high ground to give him a safe target to head over towards. But no, for sure, I do have to agree. This definitely looks like it could be a tough one for AS Monaco Gambit. Yes. And no one's got a lot to prove with that. The last pick, Pugna, pick into against some heroes that are able to deal with the Pugna. You're going to have people setting up, getting in the face of him, the Roar, the jump from the Lion. And, you know, Decrepify is not necessarily going to save targets. Sure, it's going to stop the Lifestealer beating down on them, but lots of magical damage the VP have to still work through potential Decrepify saves that no one would normally want to look for when he's playing Pugna.
Yeah, indeed. It's a tough. I want to see no one just do incredibly well in this lane. Yeah. It's just so hard against Beastmaster. How do you really zone him out? He's going for the bottle and Soul Ring build.
Already down.
There's a good start.
Start things here. Getting the first blood. See if they can get saved as well. Save. Oh, managed to stop the regen there from Dream. But first blood with the tri-lane setup.
Wow. Oh yeah, they just started with Snako and Trees. And then he TP's back up top. That's a really cool move. I dig it. But it sucks as DM to skill Q, trying to get the first blood on Wisp. It's really weird laning without the ability to trade right clicks effectively. No poison sting. Can't push the lane too well either.
We'll see how much pressure he can put on to Dream Zayat in this laning setup. And as it is, Nightfall getting very good CS on the first few waves, whereas down bottom Dream a little bit of a slower start. To deal with the pressure here from the 2 of them as DM hits the level 2 and managed to step up that ability to push back Dream Zayat to fight into the supports. Top, Kingslayer and Snako just keeping one another busy away from the lane. Any sort of pressure like this is going to make the Nightfall's Lifestealer pretty happy. So he's not going to struggle too much landing against Afterlife alone. Mid lane, no one. He's doing as you wanted to see him do. So far, crushing the matchup. 14 for 3 against the 8 for 1.
And Pugna, he got a bunch of early denies, which was very helpful. And Pugna, probably one of the best heroes with the new changes to bottle. You almost all you get every Archer CS. Let's be real. Like, you just spam nukes, fully get a bottle, you push the wave, you get the water rune, you get the bounty runes. Just a really nice hero on the patch. We saw it. I've seen Thompson played a bunch in pubs recently. We saw it yesterday, played by Atlantic in a couple of games.
Yeah, had a great time. One of those games we ended like 10-0-12 on the mid Pugna. So a hero that we have seen have some ridiculous performances here on this patch.
Yep. And that's the way that Gambit would win this game. You can get ahead early. I'm pessimistic about their lack of ability to deal with Magic Immunity, but you look at this VP lineup, they need a lot of time to come online. They need items. Lifestealer doesn't really have any anti-push, and this combination, very strong.
See them try and get aggressive here onto Kingslayer. Quite enough to take him down though. Nightfall together coming in. Afterlife, a bit of a punch on the way up bottom lane. Seeing a second kill here for AS Monaco Gambit. 2 times down this bottom. And they have managed to get Dream involved in some very early action.
I'm really shocked that Save went for no points in hacks. One of the better 1-point abilities. 2.5 seconds CC. Someone can't stop the tag team.
Just gonna go for DM here. I've got him trapped in the shots. DM, he's looking pretty dead. Save tries to help out with a stun, but this bottom lane, it's crumbling completely here for VP. Already losing 3 heroes down here in the first 4 minutes of play.
Yeah. I think they had a misunderstanding how this lane would be played. You go the mana drain because the idea is you're going to just play the attrition game. Well, Io Tusk is a great counter in that sense because they, as you can see, just go for kills. That's how they're going to play this lane. And VP, they don't have the time to whittle away at the health pools enough. And now that they've died a couple of times, it gets even harder. Yeah, sure, Wisp is low, but Tusk goes to base. He'll bring him regen. Or rather, no, just bring it on the courier. That is a very fast Helmet Iron build.
That is.
Oh, hell yeah.
Once he's got that out, yeah, that's it. Plus 5 HP regen should keep him in a state that it's just going to be very hard to ever sort of bring him down with his damage over time. As, did get a nice little buff in that last patch. An additional point of armor on the Helm of Iron. Well, so very tanky Iron now. Has played it, but I still have to play very careful down it despite the kills, as we see. Not farming anywhere near to the same rate that Nightfall is up top. Nightfall 32 and 15 on that safe lane lifesteal in comparison to the 15 and 7 that Dream's getting out of bottom.
There's a downside. I mean, top lane tanking, you can't do anything against the lifesteal. Do they have a sentry? Yeah, they do. Will they catch? Yes, they will. Even further ahead he goes, and this is going to be the big problem. We've talked about Armlet, another hero or item rather that was changed, buffed significantly in my view, which is
bottom lane. It just doesn't stop down here. This lane, the kills just keep rolling in for AS Monaco Gambit. I mean, what do you do about this bottom lane issue, VP? There's got to be a point where you're just dying too much down here.
They're slowing down the CS at least, but I do agree they can be a bit more conservative. But at the end of the day, that's what Io Tusk does, right? Tether, the overcharge, so much lockdown, and then the double attacks with the tag team. But Lifestealer, yeah, he's going for the Maelstrom, not the Armlet build. I take that back. I'm shocked. You almost always see the Armlet nowadays. It's just so good. Only 40 health drain instead of 50. Huge timing spike.
What does that sort of say to you? Is that again this Maelstrom, so you got a bit of extra punch in the fight, so you sort of just speed up your farming. Save.
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. It's not a bad item by any means. It certainly increases your farming speed. When I think of Lifestealer's ideal itemization nowadays, I just don't think Maelstrom is in the kit. If you're gonna go that route, I would rather him. If you're trying to accelerate, I would rather see a Midas even. If you want to go that route, there's no illusions to clear. The magic damage is cool, I guess. Someone gets defensive decrypt, and then all of a sudden there's a Maelstrom proc. That's cool. Tusk behind. Hello.
So just sitting next to Save there, the two of them holding hands on the top of the stairs. They will back off from one another.
Afterlife. Thought he might be sent to the afterlife, but instead he'll just go run in a quick circle.
Not too much that Kingslayer can do about him making this play. As he'll hold the creep wave. And,
no.
He wants that to go. He's losing a couple of creeps. I'll step him past him, but he'll manage to get the majority of the wave. Middle lane. Now looking to use that strength that he built up in the bottom lane elsewhere, Bash. With the good levels, he heads towards the mid, but the counter play is going to be there from VP Roars out. Eternal was no one. They even bring in Nightfall as well to take down no one and take down Immersion as well, as VP and not letting an AS Monaco Gambit get away with that move around the mid.
That was so well set up. Excellent stomp combination. That's the hard part about playing heroes like SK Pugna. They're really relying on channeling spells, Pugna specifically. And if you want that kill, they had to commit where they were. Great stomp. Immediate roar actually pushes away the Tusk with the ink swell on him, so there was no stun. And then a double TP and boom, 2 kills. That's great. Great turnaround.
They're going to look to come straight back and look for some more action, despite the fact that they failed the first time round. This time it's a little easier. Kingslayer caught in the river. A lot of magical damage there between the three of them.
Yeah, we forgot as well. This is the OG specials, right? The Grimstroke Pugna. This is a pretty damn good combination. If you throw out the silence and the decrypt, there's no way you can attack it to kill the Phantom off of yourself. And later on in the game, double decrypt, double life drain. It's a lot of damage. Double Dagon. Probably the best part.
VP will still make sure not to lose this tier 1 tower quite yet. Try again. Despite no one's best efforts to really pressure it with the blast. VP coming in to push back the wave each and every time so they can hold on to it as long as possible. Some lovely stacks here. Waiting to be cleaned up. Top lane save. Quite able to get the catch there onto Afterlife. Afterlife still has a Burrow Strike and a TP available. Got to be careful about a potential stomp. He's going to go for the TP out with a stomp. It's there just in time. Kingslayer is able to put a stock to his escape save again. Not quite having the reach to grab him with the stun. He's got another Burrow Strike up to Afterlife, so he can continue to make them work for it. But actually, he holds on a little. Okay, he was waiting until he was in range. Give away, probably dead. And indeed, he does go down. Nightfall gets the kill. Back over in the mid lane. Whilst that's all going on up top, a bit of a distraction. ESL MONACO Gambit will manage to push down the tower and take down GPK as well.
I'll quote one of my favorite players, Moon Meander. Sometimes, as an offlaner, you gotta know you've gotta die. And that bad players playing offlane don't die. You gotta accept death. That was well done by Afterlife. He makes that whole move happen. 3 heroes distracted by him, a bunch of missed spells. In the meantime, that means his allies can not just get the enemy mid-hero, that's also playing for a huge time in the Axe, but they kill the tower.
Yeah, big objectives here taken by MONACO Gambit. Keeping their half of the map pretty, very safe. All of their tier 1s still up right now. As VP not quite in a position to start to get aggressive and push themselves. Nightfall, step over here, but the silence comboed with the decrypt. There's no counterplay. There's no counter there as they take him down, moving in 4 more with life drain onto Kingslayer. Dream's going to join as well as he relocates over. They take down save. I'm going to see the turn here from GPK as he has to use the Raw to hold back no one. But he's going to keep running GPK. They may still catch him. They've got the Decrepify. And we'll see Dream, of course, have to return as the relocate comes to an end. VP trying to see if they can punish MONACO Gambit for this. They've got the stomp set up onto no one, but they're all relatively low here, the 3 of them, so they're a little scared about how close they step. In fact, GPK, he ends up coming too close. The shot's not quite going to touch him, though, so GPK will live. Immersion slowed down by the poison sting of the Plague Wards. He'll look for the there's a little juke. He's actually going to get away. He's actually not going to be caught. Kingslayer's not able to find him, and Immersion's able to make it back safely. Bounty rune as well on the way out.
That was a little sci-fi B-movie juke out there, Runs into the closed room, say, "Oh, the attic."
Dire's top tower is
But we're staying here. Yeah, this exact combo, as you said, that teams like OG are picking this duo for, and it ruins heroes. Normally a life stealer would feel that he's going to have the ability to get out most of these situations, but as soon as that bug's on top of him, he's not got a rage and unlikely to really have the items to ever deal with the Phantom's Embrace. So this combo, unless he's got someone around him to remove it, it's going to kill him every time.
It's a little deceiving too. I believe the silence used to affect you like as it got on top of you, whereas now at the moment it's cast, you're silenced, and the Pugna damage output is just nuts. With the decrypt assistance. Another reason.
That's not true. Did they buff that? Is that how they buffed it?
I'm like 97% sure.
There's no way the Phantoms. Is it an instant start? Surely it's still the bug against you. We'll see. Anyway, here's the fight down bottom. Letting it no one turned upon. Big ult coming out from DM as he's trying to turn Snakeo. Will fall down surely as Nightfall's running at them. There's 2 down. Nightfall seeing if he can get a further cleanup as the big ult that was out there from DM has caused them all to have to scatter on MONACO Gambit and has found the setup for them to get kills this time around. As VP, they'll take down 3, maybe even 4 as they're running into the jungle to try and find Immersion, hiding in the trees. Kingslayer and Nightfall, they'll surround him. He's got a snowball. It's only going to buy him a little bit of time though, as soon as it comes to an end, Nightfall claims another. VP strike back hard.
I needed that fight. This time they actually get on top of these squishy backliners, and you might be right, Owen. They might have changed it the other way around, but then I would question, how did Nightfall get silenced in the first place?
Well, he was, you know, yeah, because he was right next to him, Soneko. But as you said, as a lifesteal, if you're getting that close to a Grimstroke, you got to be ready for that bug to come out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another reason I would have preferred to see the armlet, though, because he only dies there because he's Dick and Maelstrom. You know, there's no bracers, there's no actual stat gain. Now he's got the belt of strength. He'll be going Sanj, but just, yeah, I mean, it helps with stacks, as we'll see him take one here. So quite curious. He will scale. Still a relatively even game. Big timing is, of course, going to be that Beastmaster Axe. We've seen that do some pretty nasty work over the short time it's been available in the game.
And are you sort of a believer in the build enough for it to have the priority of being played from the mid lane rather than the off lane? You feel that it's strong enough to get that position too, to do it?
It remains to be seen. I'm having a tough time. It reminds me of the... I guess Alchemist is a bad comparison, but it's similar when people started pooling Ags. And you're like, okay, is this really that good? Sometimes it looks terrible, sometimes it looks unfair. It's really all about the timing you get it and how these fights will go. I will say, against this lineup, you know, they're going to have to deal with your Lifestealer and your Venomancer. So, theoretically, if DM can just pose a distraction, then 10 seconds of axe throwing is all you might need just to win a team fight with ease. Very Trinket is quite nice as well. A little bit of spell damage. Mana cost reduction.
Top lane save. Trying to push this lane out on his own. Easy setup there for Afterlife for the TPs to come in and get the kill. Back over the mid to Soneko. Get taken out. Both teams having supports a little too far forward.
An interesting point as well. It's not super effective in this game, but I've been following some stats. I think Knoxville's been posting. His whole theory is that after a new patch, if you look at ability draft win rates based on abilities picked, you can learn a little bit about what is and is not broken.
And what's hot?
Well, 4th place.
Yeah.
How did you know, JJ? Yeah. 4th place right now in win rate percentages is Netherward.
Another jump, and they might be able to catch more out of this. We'll see Nightfall already heading away. He's out of this half the map. Immediately heads straight towards the top. Nightfall continues to keep on par with Dream's farm. Both carries very even with the progress so far. So we'll have to see. You know, so far Dream having a brilliant game. 4-0-3 on the carry IO. You know, so far it seems like that the nerfs haven't held him back. Still having just as good of a game as the carry IO.
Yep. That's an Axe too. Now this is where things get spooky. Really tough for you to play a Blink Sand King against a Venomancer. It's why we see VIRTUS.PRO last pick it. You want to be this Blink initiator with the Grimstroke Inkswell, but if a ward's up, specifically placed on a high ground, you get clicked. Suddenly that whole combination is kaput. And there's no real catch outside of that unless they want to blow a snowball to bring somebody forwards.
Straight away around the mid. AS MONACO GAMBIT looking to continue to keep the pressure on Immersion. He finds a chance to initiate, but VP they're playing it cautious. Aghanim's now done on GPK, so he'll have that ramping up damage ready to go in the fight and 0 cooldown.
IO's done as well. Could be our first big clash. I think the spell damage, again, still very much in the favor of AS MONACO GAMBIT. They are so strong, feeling themselves. Their abilities, plenty of damage to take down effectively any core. And VIRTUS.PRO need a bit more time to come online, I would say.
To the jump. Fine save. They're going to look to start things onto the line, but immediately Nightfall's going to jump out and they're going to head straight over towards the puck. And the finger comes out. They burst. No one immediately at the start of the action as AS MONACO GAMBIT will manage to turn, take down 2, but they'll lose 2 more themselves. With both supports and no one out of the game, no one actually buying back, using that buyback, but not actually able to really get back in it. So a buyback that the VP are able to retreat and make sure they don't lose anyone else to that Pugna buyback in the fight.
The bright side, it was a pretty cheap buyback, but I am shocked that he used it.
Whoa. Maybe they can still find something of those Afterlife. He's going to get the lead in. Kingslayer, though, he's found the stop. Nightfall, he's looking for a target, but he doesn't want to commit him. With Dream coming back over, keeping no one healed up. He won't push any further. DM's going to get back in the game. He's ready to head in. Afterlife will still find the catch. He's able to close in upon Kingslayer, gets the jump.
I'm really shocked they gave that to him. I mean, with the buyback, you got to figure they're going to keep hunting you. VIRTUS.PRO, you're at the mercy of your big cooldowns. Finger, Roar, Earth Splitter, Venom ulti. They're all on cooldown. Yeah, thank you, JJ. And they even use the infect. Like, literally all ults down.
Has fallen.
You know, you don't have that problem as this Radiant side.
No,
you're ready to go. Sand King stun, decrep, blast, drain. That's going to be a hero kill. You got to be cautious. That Netherward also doing some serious work. Poor save with that stun finger combo. Basically killed himself.
I have punching for you.
That's what the move is here. Is MONACO Gambit. I have to be a little careful with no one's positioning with his buyback expended. Of course, Roshan would be nice, but not really the best lineup for taking it. Got to focus on getting those kills. VP, they're already also ready for some action. Smoke comes out. GPK cleaning out the mid.
Radiant's
See if Save can find that blink jump. Of course, the big catch will be no one. If they can kill no one's Pugna, it's going to heavily slow down his game.
1, 2, they are. This is going to be easier said than done.
Oh, they're going to see if they can jump Dream. Look at the damage to take him out. No one's trying to keep him protected with the Decrep Vine, the life drain. He's healing Dream up. Nightfall's still going to charge him, but Dream's able to tether over towards no one, and the rest of MONACO Gambit are making their way over.
Here they come.
Immersion. They're going to catch up with the charge jump fall for Arthur. Like the X1 buff as well. They'll go straight in onto Nightfall. Can they bring down the life strain in time? He's getting low. The Phantom's embraced on him. He's trying to take it off. He will manage to do so. As Nightfall will live. A turn taken down the two of them. Stays ready to jump back in onto no one. No one drops down the nether ward. Dream will manage to take no one out there.
Oh, they got to buy back. They got to get back here. Yeah, they're going to look to fight. You don't want to ditch your IO carry.
There's 4 heroes of VP surrounding and ready and waiting for Dream to return. See if they're going to help him out here. Dream's going to get caught out by Stomp. No one trying to keep it alive with defensive to provide, but the burst comes out for the finger. Dream getting low. He'll turn over towards GPK, but he can't quite finish the Beastmaster off. The heal does continue to keep Dream alive, but the axe is damaged. Dream's got to be careful. Another axe is going to do it there as GPK finds the snipe, takes down the carry IO.
And GPK wasn't there, but back at TI8 in Vancouver, we did axe throwing at the pre-event party.
We did.
A few of the players quite good. Apparently GPK, you know, were he in the scene, might have been in that final round.
That's a good job we weren't there. He'd be hitting us all. GPK. I saw the damage done that last fight as well. Over 4k damage there done by GPK's Beastmaster. Getting the angles and getting the opportunities to just continue to layer those axes out of them.
It's still anybody's game, but you can see a big part of this game is no one. I mean, he played that fight near flawlessly, and it still wasn't enough.
On mid, they're able to get the opening hit. Nice jump from Afterlife into the Phantom's embrace. Can they keep him chain stun? They can with the X1 and the punch up. They bring him down as Nightfall pushing forward incredibly aggressively. He felt invincible. He wasn't.
No, not at all. He's got to be way more cautious. Cannot afford to be playing so loose. Might even set up for the Roche, but with ET checking the pit, it's going to be tough.
They're going to smoke and look for another kill whilst Nightfall's down. So if MONACO Gambit can get the jump, they found GPK. Shards out as well, he's trapping him in. There's no escape for GPK as MONACO Gambit gets straight on top of the Beastmaster and take down the mid. 2 cores down on VP.
Getting right over, Owen. You got to play more cautious. We talked about it. VP, you've got late game, you've got team fight. You need those BKBs. Well, MONACO Gambit, they just want this.
And now they're going to keep going. VP's trying to step up with just the 3 of them. But MONACO Gambit, they've still got the full lineup alive. Afterlife doing the burst strike onto the 2 of them. Oh, what are VP doing, Kyle? I mean, the 3 of them were starting to walk towards the jungle as if they had a score to settle, but they had no fight in them. There was the 3 of them against 5 of MONACO Gambit, and MONACO Gambit, they did have the high ground.
This Roche isn't even like that huge of a deal. There's no shard. It's the first one. Yeah, it's tough, but you're in no shape to fight. It's just really curious what they're doing. They have to respect the Sand King factor. If you're going to make this sort of movement, DM has got to set up in advance, prevent the blink daggers, wards on the high ground, prevent this sort of jump initiation. Double blink daggers mean that MONACO Gambit, they can close those gaps so easily.
That's huge stuff.
Giving away the Roche.
From the Radiant side.
The Roche was going to die no matter what. But now you've given away 6 kills. Now you're going to fight again? We're very ambitious. DD on the Wisp. They've got to get the Pugna to start the fight for this to work.
See if they can find no one.
Ward's already down. Save. Oh, God.
It's going in very deep here. they have vision around it? I don't think they did. Saves down. They will manage to kill Afterlife. A Dream comes over the hill. Actually, doesn't matter. GPK is able to find immersion with the Axis. So it does work out. A risky play. This time, works out for VP. They get the 2 kills, only losing Save for that effort.
I mean, poor Save, man. He's like, as soon as the Pugna ward goes down, by blinking forwards, like, that's a brave soul. He knows he's dead. Because realistically, he's going to cast his spells. He's going to die, but he's the delivery system, you know? He's working on behalf of the alien, the life stealer inside of him that bursts out. Takes out 2 heroes. But man, we'll see. VP, they're closing in on the BKBs. It's still really anybody's game. It's been quite entertaining. Was it 24-17?
A lot of action.
24 minutes in.
2K lead still at the moment for AS Monaco Gambit.
GPK just finished his BKB though. That's huge. He can actually enter fights now, run at no one's Pugna, potentially roar him, try and take him down. Surprised no one hasn't picked up a Dagon yet with all the burst damage potential. He went for the Rush Doctorines, but Blink makes sense. Aeon Disc is next choice. Scotty for Nightfall. It's really nice. One of the best tools at limiting healing. And when you're playing against a Wisp Pugna, it's necessary because otherwise that hero's just going to get double healed. And we've seen it in those mid-game engagements. You're just not able to take them down.
VP try their luck at taking down the tier 1 tower. Of course, we're here at 24 minutes in, and VP are yet to be able to take any objective from AS Monaco Gambit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See this one go though. AS Monaco Gambit, no interest in trying to protect this tier 1. Next fight round, Dream's got a full BKB, so again, the IO carry continuing to perform here on AS Monaco Gambit. First picked again, I believe, right in the draft. It's still looking as good as ever from Dream.
That's what we call the debate right there. It's how they drew it up. Kill the lion. We'll spam all of our spells on his corpse. It's certainly going to work. And you can see Save, that's the smile of a man who knows the job well done.
Yeah, it better be. Two intimidating looking guys standing behind him like, well, you better not mess this up, boys.
Middle tower is under attack.
Here we go, down mid. Onto the tier 1's VP. See what AS Monaco Gambit can do to stop this. Looks like they're going to let it go. Dreams looking for some sort of angle from the side, but I'll let VP take these towers. And it's allowing Nightfall to really keep on back on track with Dream. Nightfall's farm doing a fantastic position. All things said and done, the gap between the teams very, very minimal. Mid's pretty much in the same spot. Carries as well. Even the offlane just a very slight difference. It is close, and as you said, when you were coming into this game from the draft, you were still concerned about AS Monaco's Gambit's ability to take this late against VP's lineup.
Closing the game. Although I may just be continuing to underestimate Carry Wisp. You know, Sanj Kaya up likely a heart next. You know, maybe that's enough.
Sure.
Maybe
could be unkillable.
The true carry, right?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It doesn't get easier. Lifestealer will continue to get strong. He is doing percent-based damage on a max HP-based percent damage with every attack. Age is up another 2 minutes. Is that 50 seconds?
Yeah, man, final minute now.
Glasses. Program's only like 10 feet away.
Make the most of it here. They'll take the tower.
Mass TP's bomb.
Instantly out this area. Nightfall, he's not going to take his chances anymore. He knows that they can kill him. Find that jump. Lovely little find here, the Paladins. You have to amp up that lifesteal. And now with a full Skadi. Nightfall with all the tools to get in. Crepified targets are still going to be a little bit of an issue for him at the moment, but if he can work around that.
Comes the fight. They know Aegis is fading.
Dream's going to start the... Oh, Afterlife, he's up on the cliff. As the power strike a little bit off the mark there. See if they can still work out. As they get it onto DM, they bring down the Veno. Over to the side, though, Nightfall and Save. They've found themselves on top of the Pugna. They're trying their best to burst him down. They will be able to do so here with the Earth Split. As they take him out, Roar comes out from GPK onto Dream. Nightfall's able to continue to go to work, beating down the IO. As this time round, that the strengths are shown there between GPK and Nightfall. This Lifestealer Beastmaster, just a little too overwhelming for AS Monaco Gambit in the chaos of a 5v5.
Oh yeah, a huge Earth Splitter coming out as well from Kingslayer. I mean, that was so much damage. He was also standing in melee range of the Pugnus, so removing effectively all of his armor because, you know, no itemization defensively just yet. He has just base armor, a Blink, an Octarine, half an Aether Lens, but that's, or Aeon Disc rather, but that's not enough to keep you alive. It's basically 3-shot by that Lifestealer, and suddenly VP have blown this game wide open, exactly what we were concerned about.
Yeah, because it is definitely the case of, you know, if you lose that lead as AS Monaco Gambit this game, getting it back is going to be so tough with the heroes that you have.
Yep.
That this Lifestealer is going to be a huge problem. Nullifier up next on the list for Nightfall. Once he's got that done, there's very little that they can do to stop him taking down whoever he focuses during a rage.
Yep. And it's not just that it's a Lifestealer, right? It's the fact that you also have ET Aura and Beastmaster Aura to deal with. So incredible tools at maximizing your physical damage capabilities. I'm going to grab some vision. And the delivery as well. Blink Lion, like this is the dream. 10 seconds on Finger, they don't want to wait for it. Oh, that or just a better target. Oh, no.
Oh, gonna get the roar off onto Dream. Nightfall. He's gonna go with the easy kill first. Takes down the touch. Now he's gonna head straight towards Dream. Dream's able to get the BKB off and ease away. The Soulpine holding back the two of them. There's Dream. Maybe thinking about getting back in on this, but they are man down with Immersion on the side lanes. Sidelines, so that they won't be able to get back in. VP get the kill, they get out. Can look for some of these easier objectives. Tier 1 tower still for the taking up top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now all the towers that VP were not able to take suddenly start to fall like dominoes. And yeah, that gold gap was getting a little spooky for the VP fans in chat, but now you've collected the tier 2 bot after the tier 1. Now you're getting more towers, probably just walk down the tier 2, and suddenly you're at a point where that strong initiation, much like we saw in the Liquid vs. Alliance series yesterday, Grimstroke Sand King is great when you're able to kill people off that combination. You can't do that anymore. So now it's suddenly very odd, and the more time you give VP, the more Venom Wards go down, the harder it is to blink in. You're so reliant on them as well. 3 blinks on the team already.
There's the jump after life. Somebody getting him their burst down. Nightfall, they're trying the burst. They've got the silence going on to him. Raw comes out for GPK though. They look to try to set up the turnaround as they won't be able to kill off the Lifestealer. Nightfall's able to survive long enough to get that rage off. And now VP, they turn towards the two of them. Soulpine will cause them to hold back for now. But I say that, they're straight back in. The jump's there from stage, delivering Nightfall straight to the front lines as there's 4 dead on AS Monaco Gambit. Another fight just looking impossible at this stage. They're trying to make the same moves that they were getting away with earlier, getting in on top of the Lifestealer, but at this point, Nightfall, he's got the farm, he's got the items, they can't quite burst him, and if they don't take him down with that jump, the lineup from VP, it'll turn and it'll kill them all. It's looking to dive now towards the tier 4s. A buyback comes out from Afterlife, but he can't protect Dream as the IO falls. Afterlife looking to have a dieback situation here as he indeed will go down a second time. VP, they'll take the fight, they'll take the tier 3, they'll take the Rex, and at this, with this sort of momentum, they're probably going to be taking the game soon as a turnaround looks very difficult for AS Monaco Gambit now.
Oh yeah, you could do that when the Lifestealer at 1200 health maybe 20 minutes ago, but that's status resist from the Sanj, 3.5 HP as you can see on your screen. They got him close, but as you said, you don't kill Lifestealer, well, that's it, folks. Your entire combination is gone, you have no spells left, and suddenly VP's turnaround, the double Lion Stun save has been on point, died a bunch, but pretty much been his job. And any Tarort, you can see with the BKB, GPK, he's running into the fray. He doesn't care about the Sandstorm, the Epi, the Pugna Blast, what have you. He's there, tons of damage.
Immersion. Coming in on this, he's got to be careful. I mean, Nightfall's just going to charge him down now with another fire. We'll respect the Soulbind again, making sure that there's not a chance for AS Monaco Gambit to set up some sort of combo onto the two of them. I respect the buybacks coming in as well. The respawns coming in. As they'll back off for now, VP.
Roche is just about to spawn, so no panic. Yep, they're going to walk straight into the pit. The bird providing vision. Don't think you're really able to contest this as AS Monaco Gambit, but they can try. It's probably worth a try.
I mean, we've seen that they're struggling to take a fight. which, you know, killing the life stealer once seems impossible. If he's going to have 2 lives, it's going to be very hard. I believe also Nightfall did grab himself the tome, so the Roche XP is going to push him relatively close towards that level 25.
Yeah, they even give it to him. Nice. Oh, he gets the shard too. Open wounds, it's back.
It's back. That combo with the nullifier, you're going to struggle to run from this man. Save on the hunt once again, leading the charge, ready to deliver Nightfall straight into the action.
Smoke right into the base. Love this move. So hard to predict it. They're playing safe, but somebody's gonna have to push this wave eventually.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's very hard, yeah, for MONACO GAMBIT to show their face. They give VP enough information for Save to find that jump. The fight's, it's going to be over as quickly as it starts.
If they pop the Aeon Disc on the Pugna though, and without any real hard save outside of the snowball, means he's for sure going to be this target.
What do you do with this? The Aegis Lifestealer slowly taking down your buildings. Who's going to make that jump occur? And again, Afterlife tries to come in with a power drive, but immediately the rage is out. They're just going to turn and take down Afterlife as he's gone for 70. Buyback still on cooldown after the last attempted defense there from MONACO GAMBIT. Now GPK's in with the BKB, the Raw, straight on the Noah, finger as well. Noah goes down and buyback immediately, but they've lost immersion. He'll also have the buyback. 2 buybacks coming out from MONACO GAMBIT, but VP, they've taken the tier 3. Nightfall with the rage, he turns straight over towards Dream. Immersion comes in with the punch to hold him back. Dream still very tanky here, but Nightfall's continuing to go for it. Turns towards Immersion, but they will manage to bring him down the once in. Nightfall losing the Aegis underneath the tier 4s. Should be able to get back. The rage is back up. And in fact, he's going to look to use it to get straight back in onto Immersion. And that's Immersion gone for good. That's a dieback from the touch. Dream, he's suffering to deal with this amount of damage coming out now from VP as they can bring down even the tankiest of IOs here.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's too easy. Anyone they go for just pops immediately.
Straight in onto Noah. Now you're just doing nothing now against the Nullifier.
That's such a short cooldown. Nullifier just effectively set up 4 kills. Got rid of the Sand-King Yules, gets rid of the D-Crep. Can't BKB as the Wisp in time, and the ET Spirit also paying huge dividends. DM, or rather GPK and the Lion just way in the back, but dealing near pure damage with their magic abilities.
And just the initiations every time for Dream and GPK. GPK and Save, sorry, have been perfect. Every single time catching them, and there we go. I mean, VP, this game was a slow start, but at the end of the day, just part of this MONACO GAMBIT, they had a pretty hot showing at the beginning. They were getting these kills in the lanes, making moves in the early mid-game, but they were never quite...
Breathe a little deeper.
I guess Monaco Gambit came to the table with a nice idea, but not I'll give you a little bit of break for that one.
I mean, what do I?
Nobody
what
was
do I-
expecting analysis anyway.
Dagon, like, these heroes just explode. You need to be able to kill stuff with that Grimstroke Sand King. When that Life Stealer lives with 500 health, the top tier 2,
Dire team ban. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban. Dire team ban. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to pick. VIRTUS.PRO's turn to pick.
Lion.
Dire team ban.
Dusk.
VIRTUS.PRO's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
VIRTUS.PRO's
Dire
turn to
team
ban.
New patch means new ideas, and we got to see some of those new ideas put on display in Game 1. We got to see the Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter. Ugh, it's gross. On the other side, once again, AS Monaco Gambit trying a lineup that was pretty aggressive, pretty in your face, could afford very few mistakes and very few errors when it came to the builds, right? And that's what you guys really settled on, was that Aeon disc especially was very crucial error.
There's not much room for error in general in Dota. And usually if the game's going well and then suddenly the game's not going well, sometimes it's execution, but a lot of times it's just items. That's usually what you can look at.
Sometimes it's draft too, because I once again look at VP. Nothing has changed. It's still January in their book. Offlaner plus Lion, in this case the DM Timber, and you pick Wisp Tusk into it.
They were literally saying we dare you to pick Wisp Tusk because we have Timbersaw. Like, this is the hero that is supposed to deal with the double strength lane. Of course, Tusk, one of the better strength heroes against Timbersaw, just because he outputs a ridiculous amount of physical damage early on. We did see the struggle in the bottom lane for the Venomancer last game, so I wouldn't expect Timber to have like an amazing start, but once he gets to the mid game where he's got one or two small, like the hood, maybe a plate mail, he's going to be quite a nuisance for these two.
Storm Spirit.
Immediately a Storm Spirit pickup. One hero that I have been seeing have a surprisingly high win rate, and I feel like I haven't said this about this hero in a long time. Ancient Apparition.
Blitz still
actually on top of the win rates right now when it comes to
is that across all regions, or are you talking about pubs?
Just Immortal pubs.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of AA.
VIRTUS.PRO's turn.
He goes well with the carry hero pool right now. A lot of the carries are very independent. These life stealers, PLs, they don't need too much babysitting in lane, so you just give them a guy that takes over the lane when they're ready to leave. AA fits that description well. He's also really nice against the Timbers of the world. A lot of people are picking those still.
Timbers, Huskars, a big people are picking right now. Ooh.
Oh, you feel that one. You got the Storm and Lion, plenty of catch now. Undying against Wisp, Tusk, Shat. Like, these heroes hate playing into Tombstone. Team fight, the laning strength now, certainly in VP's favor.
Now you got 10th pick carry matchup.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I know you like those 10th pick carries.
Nothing makes me sleep better at night than knowing I can 10th pick that carry.
So it made playing against you when you were still an active pro player on Leviathan. You know, if God forbid you guys had last pick, you know, we never knew what to expect. It's like, God, we're going to get the BSJ Slark.
Maybe a PL. Jug.
You never know.
Yeah.
They're all so unique. Play styles just changing. Oh, gosh, I'm glad I'm on the desk now. We're on the same team, thank God.
Yes, thank God.
Axe.
And they go for the axe against the Undying Timbersaw.
Oh, no.
Why?
Oh, God.
I always wonder about these situations where I see a 5 position Undying. We saw the 5 Disruptor yesterday or the day before.
Against Centaur.
And they just said, and they're like, let's pick Centaur into that hero. There are, as an offlaner, you actually get a lot of practice in pubs where you see the 2 supports on the enemy team, and you have to think, no matter what I'm laning against as a carry, I need to be able to survive against that 5 position. And you don't see the carry yet, so it's a very similar situation here. And you just say, I'm picking a strength hero into Undying.
Isn't that bad?
What?
That is, like, I don't want to play Axe into
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, where do they come up with this? Like,
I'm being rhetorical. Like, I'm sorry. It's like
the Centaur and the Disruptor, Axe and
it's just rough. It's very rough. And you now also don't see, like, VP's carry. So it's not as if they're going to pick something. Axe is very matchup specific.
It's like a troll warlord game, I think, for VP.
You have so many options.
It's super good.
Not bad. Troll. I could see Morph. You don't want Morph. I take that back.
They already banned Morph, so they clearly wanted Morph.
Okay. Well, there you go.
The first impression, maybe Monaco Gambit didn't give themselves a chance to go. No, they didn't want that.
What do you pick? What do you pick for no one here to change things? Like
Lesh.
Can they just pick Shadow Fiend and just make me happy?
I want a lane dominator, Lesh, Shadow Fiend. Those both work for me.
They banned out all of the other options. They go for the Gyro instead.
Gyro.
All right, like no Viper, no Pugna, no Puck, no DP, no Huskar. Like there really aren't many options left. They needed something that could play up tempo, had some mixed damage.
Gyro? Is that what's going on?
Looks like it. It's a mid axe.
It has to be mid gyro.
But into Storm,
10 seconds
Storm has like
remaining.
more base damage, more base armor. You know,
That's
it's
very
tough.
strange. Gyro's not a great mid.
Yeah, Storm also has more range than Gyro. One of the few ranged heroes that can say that, or rather, that one of the few matchups he has where he can say that.
Yeah, Lifestealer goes up in value now that they picked
Oh yeah,
the Gyrocopter.
you just pick it, don't you?
Yeah. In terms of lane, I'm thinking Troll, and Troll's better in lane, but you'd rather
Yeah.
have. You could even go Drow. I think even Drow would be really good here.
I could see it, but I just don't know if it's necessary. I think you just keep things simple. If you pick a core that can't be killed,
Yeah, I agree.
like it's just, we saw this in the Alliance series, right? They let Liquid kill him a few times early mid game, and then later on it's like, well, we all have these 3 cores that just stay alive. You don't really have good targets to go for, and I think that that'll be all they need to close this one out.
I do like the Gyro because it's similar to the Lesh that I was proposing, that you have the mixed damage to deal with Timber in the mid game.
You may now
I don't
select
actually
your heroes.
love that Ursa pick.
Whoa.
Did they need that damage? I don't know, actually. I think I would have preferred a lot of other heroes myself, but so the Shard's pretty dang good. Gives you the enrage for a second and a half when you Earth Shock.
Tanky. Really good matchup against Sax.
I'm gonna go with my gut and say that I really don't like this Ursa pick. I'm gonna go with Gambit, even though I thought
Wow.
VP had the draft going into the last pick.
Is that Ursa really that bad for you?
The last pick is supposed to be like, damn, looks like a nice game for that hero. They've got an instant disable. They've got a lot of damage that like makes him have to enrage at the start of the fight. I don't know. It doesn't look like an ideal game for us.
The hero pool BSG understands well. Troll.
It's like one of my
Ursa,
4 boys.
Very different.
Yeah. Very
Okay.
different.
Okay. So Kyle, you're also going AS Monaco Gambit then?
No. VIRTUS.PRO. Come on, man. This is the laning phase is going to get out of hand, and it's that same deal where I'm just Gyro mid. The Storm losing matchup. GPK
Just
Storm.
you wait. He's gonna kill that Timber Saw.
I'm leaving, I'm leaving the panel. I'm going back to Owen.
All right, bye,
He
Kyle.
speaks sense.
He actually has to do that, guys. He's not trying to. He's just trying to make himself look cool.
So you have more problems with Ursa than all of the questionable, okay, they're going IO again, they're going Gyrocopter. It's, oh, hey, the game's already started. Hey, let's go over to the casters, shall we? As I'm sure we don't want to miss out on the early smoke action. So, Kyle and Owen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, let's find out how things go down and if the Ursa does work out or not. As we heard, you know, Brian obviously having his concerns. I mean, for you, Kyle, you don't have concerns? You think the Ursa's a perfectly fine pick here?
I think that they could have taken any of the heroes BSJ can play, and they would have been just fine, with the exception of possibly, I mean, even PL would have been all right. It's just that I think the opening and the Wisp limit ASM Monaco Gambit so much here. You know, you look at the heroes, Axe, Tusk, Shadow Shaman, they set up their allies to deal damage. Wisp doesn't really deal that physical DPS, and a mid Gyro I just haven't seen have too much
30
success. I've got a lot of faith in my boy No One. I just think there might have been better options. I don't think this hero will do enough for them from 15 minutes on and beyond.
Sure. I mean, the hero, of course, it did get buffed, but not in any sort of way that you feel is going to sort of change the outcome of a Gyro versus Storm in the mid lane. Like the extra flat cannon, great for farming, the fighting down the line, but the actual lane situation, you feel GPK's going to be able to have a good time in the matchup.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
It's just, I mean, you can even just compare the stats. Gyro, 48 plus 2 damage. Storm, 58 plus 2, 6 armor. Gyro, also 6 armor, sure, but he has to start with the Quelling Blade. That's how big this last hit disparity is.
We'll see. We'll see how well No One's able to play the lane into GPK, or if GPK is able to easily out-farm him in the 1v1. Looking at some of the side lanes, any concerns for any of the heroes here on these matchups that we're seeing?
I think bottom can get real spooky. It is a Shadow Shaman, one of the better laning 4 positions, but Undying is just so scary in this sense. Just spam Q. I mean, you'll tank damage all day. You don't mind. Narrowly missing the double decay. Oh, but one downside. Couriers get 1 shot. Seneko rolls high. 71 to 78 damage. It did just enough to kill a courier.
And then up on the top lane, we're going to see Dream have another slow start when it comes to hitting the creeps. But I mean, are they going to have kill potential like we saw last time? You know, Dream was able to run away with a lot of kills in the lane.
No, I'd say this one's even worse, right? I mean, Timbersaw, you relish this opportunity. As Brian was saying, you know, you open with 2 strength heroes. I'm a Timbersaw. I'm going to eat your stats. You'll lose HP. At some point, you're going to hit level 3, and suddenly you don't die. There's just no chance. Save, however, he will die.
Positioned a little too aggressive.
Radiant's courier.
DM definitely able to do a lot of damage back towards Dream. Not enough to kill him. But Save going down and also losing his courier. So a couple of nice finds there for MONACO GAMBIT on the top lane.
Just trying to make it challenging. This is what he did in the last game. Couple of feeds, but still made sure that DM had a decent start. Although I would like him to play a little safer. You just don't need to defend a Timbersaw the same way as you do have to die to defend a Venomancer. I think DM is perfectly capable of taking care of himself up top.
Seeing on the other lanes, the mid lane farm pretty even so far between the two of them. Down bottom, Nightfall not being slowed down at the moment by Afterlife in this duo lane. As the Ursa is able to farm perfectly fine.
And so far, so good, though. And the same deal as the previous game as among ASM GAMBIT out to an early lead. But we'll see how they're able to utilize it as this game continues.
You see Afterlife actually giving Nightfall quite a bit of a chase here. Nightfall is able to pick up the Ring of the Health from the side secret shop, and he does still have the Fairy Fire. He's going to go for the TP out. Still with level 1 on SUNEKO. Not any catch to put a stop to that. So he's back to the lane. And now with the Ring of Health, he's going to be a lot harder to try and harass out of this area.
Are fortified.
Cheeky there from no one, glyphing the wave, making it so GPK should miss some hits. Nope, they'll actually collect them all. He knows what he's doing. No one does steal his rune, however. The flak change does make this mid gyro a lot more effective. Just, you know, 50% more flaks, level 1's pretty solid. But at the moment, VP out to a slight CS lead in effectively all of their lanes. In top, though, that's what I'm real concerned about, because DM now, he can pretty much play alone, and you're not killing him. He went for the Soul Ring build, still has only used 1 tango in this lane. He's going to be able to 1v2 pretty soon.
You see bottom lane, Tombstone's going to get dropped down, but every time it's going to be that avenue for an escape with the TP.
Ooh, mid lane, GPK not 6 yet. Here comes SUNEKO.
What? He's under the tower, GPK. TP's coming in. A lot of damage with the rocket rush. It's not enough.
Oh, hell yes.
GPK actually able to get out, as they didn't quite have enough there with even with the level 3 rocket barrage. Couldn't quite bring him down.
Radiant are
That
scanning.
is so huge. They really wanted that kill. That would have got no one 6. Then maybe you can even make another move once GPK TP's back when he wouldn't be 6. However, he's going to bait now. Ward placed by SUNEKO. I don't think he knows Save is in the vicinity still. Look at GPK's positioning. Playing away from the rocket.
I mean, SUNEKO really wants to go, but
and credit to Save. He did change his build a bit. He skipped Hex first game, not again. Recognized, you know, maybe I should ensure I have that to stop this Tusk damage during his tag team. So he has the 1 death in lane instead of the 3.
We'll see that on the replay again, just how close it got. Either the Fairy Fire on GPK, able to get out that last moment as the shackles came, the homing missile stun came to an
Radiant's
end.
bottom tower
As
is
so
under
low.
attack.
A right click away, I mean less than a right click away with how low he got. Crucial time though, to make sure he doesn't go down. And farm continues to be an even trade. Nothing said and done in the mid matchup, and no one has done very well as the gyro. 35 for 8. 32 for 2. He's got a lot out of this, so no one has got a pretty solid game ahead of him as this gyro that's had free farm in the mid lane. And of course, that solo XP as well.
Save man. Just stay away from
Gonna get in onto GPK, so he did the damage this time round. Again, it's not quite enough.
Oh, he's going to hit 6 off just another creep.
mean, 2 times now where they've got so close to
Radiant's
bringing
middle
him
tower
down,
is
and
under attack.
it's just not enough. GPK's able to live. That's got to be mildly frustrating there for AS Monaco Gambit.
That's putting it mildly, and that's just brutal. You need this gyro to get ahead. It is not a good matchup as this game gets later. And GPK even grabbing the DD rune. Won't even check. Okay, he'll check for the bounty, but now he'll know Tusk has grabbed it. They're going to hunt him.
There we have it. Zip, close in, set up with the slow. They've got the stun. No! First move here from GPK will warrant him a kill.
Got to be happy with that. Feeling very good. Bottom, there, here comes the rotation. Level 6 on Afterlife, level 6 on the gyrocopter. Nightfall, not super thrilled with how this lane has gone. Axe just continuing to pull the lane. He is free farming under tower, but now he's going to feel a bit spooked.
Not quite having his level 6 either, so... And they want to punish this. Nice jukes here from Nightfall. And will show himself once again, but now TPs are coming in.
Is under attack.
Cancelled. Whoa, whoa. Was that a misclick? I have no idea.
It was cancelled by choice. No one was in position to forcefully cancel the TP, so they decide to bail on Nightfall. I mean, he'll hit the 6, but with 4 heroes down here, he is looking very, very dead.
Wow.
Will manage to take him down. I mean, maybe the decision was made, even if you do throw another hero down there, unlikely you deal with the 4 of them.
It's an Undying with Tomb, though. I mean, someone else, I mean, I guess they don't want to bring DM out of there, but if DM TPs, that whole move is done for. But end of the day, you will lose an Undying or an Ursa, but they're not going to push. But now they'll bring the Timber. He has secured top tower. No more objective to be taken. So now you move out and take the lane most likely to be ganked into. That dive would not work. We're at DM bottom. What item is no one going? Drums. Okay, so this typical aggro gyro build. Treads into drums.
No, he's going to have good timing on it. Fits the pace of the game that he wants to play, as they are going to look for the fights here, Monaco Gambit, so they can brawl as much as they can, whilst the Ursa's on that stage of the game where he's still on that long build-up of the first major farming item.
Yeah, this game is Afterlife's going to be going phase, rushing the blink. Okay, makes sense. This whole game comes down to, do you trust in Wisp, right? Because VIRTUS.PRO's lineup is very straightforward. It lifted straight from EG's playbook. Yeah, no armor stacks.
And with the overbearing magical damage, they've got DM. He's getting low, actually not low enough. He's able to get the chain off. And DM actually going to survive another sort of full bronze of the attack coming out from AS Monaco Gambit that isn't enough to get the core kill. It will find save. So, just struggling to find these cores. Couldn't kill the mid lane.
Be careful.
Storm off a few times. GPK now DM. He's healed up quite a bit.
What?
They've got enough damage this time round. As chasing it, they will find it.
Where is the Undying?
Is under attack.
Kingslayer, my man.
Oh, he
no
didn't
teleport.
have a TP.
No teleport, and this is why even if you die bottom, I actually think he had to just be in that area, right? Like, why isn't Undying here? This hero doesn't push waves, he fights. They are diving your tier 1s, they are killing your allies. Move.
Oh, it's definitely been a bit costly for VP down in that bottom lane. AS Monaco Gambit now a 2k lead with the moves that they've managed to make down there, taking the tower.
That's huge, and that really don't want that to happen. Because Timber, that's his space. That's where he wants to play. And he's far more effective if he's allowed to pressure the Gambit side of the map. You want him to die behind tier 1. Yeah, forcing 4 heroes to rotate, but that lack of tower now makes the map much less safe for Nightfall. And he's going to retreat to his own jungle.
How's that timing looking on Nightfall?
Yeah, through top 3 now with now all dire heroes.
Nice. Sort of away from the Battle Fury. Once he has that, we'll have the opportunity to farm at a pace that will help catch up. Of course, Io and Gyro, they're still 2 heroes with excellent farming capabilities down to their abilities alone. It's the smoke up from VP. See if they can get a jump. It's a little tricky though, as there's Monaco Gambit up paired underneath the tier 1 tower.
I'm over here.
And GPK is going to try and make a move. Set things up onto immersion and they will burst him quickly, efficiently.
They got him. Houston, they have handled the problem. Everything dropped, including the tombstone. Yeah, that means the mid tower is almost certainly done for. You don't have the team fight right now to fight into Tomb, which is the main reason I took issue with Kingslayer's movements, because his presence forces ASM Gambit to go somewhere else. Look at the stacking. Although that looks a little more impressive, I think, with the way we have that scaled. 3 stacks was
Stupendous!
represented as a lot more impactful than 1.
I mean, although we saw a group effort there, all members of the team on AS Monaco Gambit doing their part to set up the jungle for Dream. And for Noah, I would imagine as well. He's probably taken some of the stacks.
Just thinking about it. Oh, GPK closing on the Orchid, but not the Dream game by any means. I expected him to have a bit of a better start here. It was 1-0-1, 74 last hits, but 6th place in net worth.
Yeah, no one definitely coming out of the early game better than GPK was able to do on his Storm. The mid gyro has worked very well so far. Even in sort of a game where there were those 2 situations where they did just miss out on a kill onto GPK. It didn't matter. No one's still ahead.
Yeah, blink on X. Be really careful here if you're VP. Oh, nice.
TM immediately checking out the situation. Making sure there's no chance for AS Monaco Gambit to get that jump. I said that the Afterlife still able to find a way over. He's in, on to save, they can hit him with the snowball, they're closing out in onto the line. Jump from Nightfall as he's looking to try and turn this fight around. There's going to be a buyback from Sage. GPK zips straight over towards Noah, but no one's being tended. Healed up by Dream. Still get burst. Sage got the kill. Afterlife's back in with a 4-man call, but there just isn't the follow-up anymore from AS Monaco Gambit. As it's a beautiful play getting the 4 of them, but there's no damage to follow up as the gyro's dead, the combo's already been used. AS Monaco Gambit, they've got to back off as the buyback from Save will set up for VP to turn and get 2 kills in response.
Oh, and I was ready to, I mean, that's why you're the expert, because I almost started screaming about Seb. But yeah, there was no follow-up whatsoever. And the 4-year-olds are like, oh, okay, that was cute. And they just kill 2 extra. You can see the initiation isn't bad, but it's away from the wards and the tower. And all of a sudden, once again, that tomb goes down, all attacks onto it. Yeah, sure, you take it out, but the damage is going onto the Timbersaw. That target doesn't die. All of a sudden, no one's in trouble. And we again look at this Carry Wisp. What is his impact? Big taunt, but then what? Tusk roster, we discussed it. There's no damage. All of these 4 heroes, it's a setup for damage, and no one is dead. And by that, I mean no one. The gyrocopter is dead.
It was, if he was alive there, it would have been a completely different situation, but he'd already been dealt with and the kickback there from VP.
Timber with the hood and the arcane soul. Like, he's just so strong. He does not die. Orchid soon to be complete on Storm as well. He's running right back to base to grab it. And then it's go time. They cannot defend mid tower.
Tower has fallen.
But I imagine they're going to look to make a smoke move ASAP.
Orchid done now on GPK.
Battle Fury on the Ursa. And to BSJ's credit, I do understand why he would have preferred a different hero, but ultimately, I think as long as the VP carry selection can scale, you're happy. And Battle Fury Ursa certainly will do so. You're forced to go fighting items on this gyro. It's just the nature of the draft, so Drums BKB will be the choice. But it's a very similar situation as the previous game. This is Storm Ursa going accelerating items. A Timbersaw offlane compared to an Axe. Their damage output will be exponentially greater as this game continues. ASM Gambit, they need to just win every single fight from here on out. And with the Orchid reveal, this next one will be challenging.
Good move here, though, from AS Monaco Gambit. Keeping themselves close together, knowing there's a high chance that VP were on the hunt. And in fact, looking to kick back at them as they're going to come in with their own smoke. AS Monaco Gambit. Nightfall is pushing out top alone. If they can catch him on his way out here, as they've got a good read of his position. They're in with the jump, the follow-up Hex. They're going to have the lockdown, and there's no chance of anybody getting anywhere close to be able to give Nightfall a chance of getting out of there. Kingslayer dropped down the tombstone. VP are going to still try and fight back despite losing the Ursa. They've got the control and damage to take down Soneko.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really nice tombstone positioning. If you get it into the pit, there's no chance Gyro can pick it off. But this time, Gambit wisely do not contest the area of the map that VIRTUS.PRO are looking to turn and fight you in. Anybody who's seen The Patriot should know, or The King, there's a lot of movies with the same concept. They send out the initial forces, fake the retreat, and the reinforcements are there, ready to kill you.
Did you just spoil those movies, or is that not a key part of the story? I don't know. I've not seen it.
You haven't seen it either?
No. Oh, I don't need to now. You told me the plot. In the jungle.
Did he finger him?
He did.
Save.
Oh no, he didn't actually. No, he cancelled it. He held back after the initial animation.
Okay, credit.
The temptation definitely would have been there for the stack, but you're right.
Hey,
You know, it's still level 1, very long cooldown. You've got to save it when it's needed.
Pretty cool though, because maybe you don't know. Maybe you're like, oh, I got fingered, and then you check your combat log, or maybe you don't know how to do that. Like,
no, that's true. If you don't check the combat log there, they could be making the call that fingers down. You're right. No, but these are professional players. I'm sure they.
You'd be surprised what professional players can get wrong.
Oh, we'll see if they maybe in the next fight they're going to get caught out by a surprise finger. If they assume it's on cooldown. I mean, very risky to do. I guess you have a very small frame where the actual visual animation is out, but obviously the damage hasn't been done, so you can pull it back.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, think about it. There's a lot of people watching right now who are thinking to themselves, I've never left an Aegis after I killed Roshan. I've never had an item destroyed, but, you know, not everybody can say that. Not a lot of pros can say that. Roche is the play. Very easily done when the Timber can tank it with the assistance of the Tomb, but you gotta be careful. If they fight into Tomb, it's tough. If you wait for it to fade, it's very Gambit favored. BKB reveal. No stacks on the Timber. Careful.
They're trying to get in on this. They'll make the jump afterlife in. They get the taunt off. Russia's going to go down. So VP can pick it up in time. No, they can't. As MONACO Gambit, they're able to get the snatch. Afterlife picks it up on the axe. With the Hex control onto Nightfall, they bring down the Ursa. It's 3 dead on VP. As MONACO Gambit get in at a perfect time. Afterlife able to taunt Nightfall, hold him in position, stop him from being able to pick it up.
Wow, I'm shocked that they didn't invest more resources. You know, this is the danger. Timber, because he didn't have stacks, didn't feel confident using his body to prevent the entrance into the pit. Thus, the axe is able to move forward, get the blink taunt. If Ursa gets Aegis there, I think that fight might go completely differently, but instead, Save is actually caught out. Again, because the Timber isn't able to properly zone. And the BKB reveal. Once Gyro moves forward, there's nothing you have on the side of VIRTUS.PRO to stop a BKB Gyro. This is also your answer to the Tombstone. You know, we did discredit the pick in the draft, but ultimately, this is your hard counter to Undying. Tomb is not a real tool with this BKB Gyro. Just pop the flag, all zombies die.
Stupendous!
Ignore it effectively.
Yeah, no one's just having a brilliant game, and a game that you sort of assumed in the draft that you felt what GPK would be able to do more in the lane to just stop Noam from getting his momentum as early as he did.
Well, just thought he would do more in the game as well. He's been very quiet. You know, his kill death isn't bad. 204, sure, but his net worth doesn't reflect the space I feel he's been given. A part of that could be, of course, that Ursa has been taking his top triangle for most of this game. But yeah, just thought we might see a little more progression. Not the ideal hero for team fighting, though, keep in mind. He wants to make moves like we're looking to see them set up bottom. Just find Seneko, get the Orchid off, easy kill. But this could be spooky. The whole lineup of Dire is approaching, and Save and GPK may bite off more than they can chew if they look to make this move. Blink ready online.
Okay.
This is not going well for them.
And they're going to show themselves.
It's always ready.
They scanned him.
They've scanned them. GPK's already out of there.
Radiant's
So
bottom
safe.
tower is
They'll
under
blink
attack.
away. They're not going to try and stick around longer than they need to. And it's a good job they didn't, as MONACO Gambit come searching along the tree line after that scan. But VP's away.
Radiant's bottom tower
So this
is
game,
under
it's all going to
attack.
be about the initiation. So as VP, you need a BKB on your Ursa. That's going to be what you're waiting for. Wouldn't mind having one on the Storm as well. You initiate onto the Shadow Shaman or the Tusk, and preferably have a Tombstone already placed on high ground that spots the axe, prevents the blink in counter initiation.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Get a couple of pickoffs, clean up those supports with ease. Nice move here by Seneko. Trying to get a setup onto the Timber if he pushes this a little too far.
Oh, that's light.
Save. He's going to go for this. Over here now. They've got GPK close enough to zip in. Finger down. Kelly gonna be able to bring him down. They will. They drag him back into Remnant Hill Fall. We'll see what AS Monaco Gambit can get. Return save. It just evaporates there to the damage from the two of them.
I love that play from VP. Like, they just forced a full rotation to a dead part of the map. Meanwhile, Nightfall's been farming this entire time. Remember that gold lead? That was 4K a couple minutes ago. And all that's changed since then was VP losing a tier 2. But the XP gap, the gold gap has closed little by little as they start to out-farm on the map. That Battle Fury is starting to pay dividends. BKB soon to be completed as well. And then the Ursa gets threatening.
Sure, because in these fights with the BKB up, AS Monaco Gambit, they're just not going to kill a BKB Ursa up.
Radiant's middle tower is
They can
under
kite him a
attack.
bit, and that's going to be their choice, I would imagine. We shall see. No one going for the Sanjin Yasha next item. I can understand it might want more damage, but Instant Wise is just such a great item with the status resist now. Gives Gyro everything that he wants. Little bit of damage, that survivability as they go.
On the try for the jump.
He's got BKB.
Friend, they go on to no one, but the snowball stage's going to come out inside. Gives no one the chance to get the BKB off, and they roll straight over towards stage, take down the line. Shaman takes a full air return, and BKB and Enraged pop Nightfall. He's having a run. He's having to use this to get away. DM's going to get back in there, but Nightfall, he's going to be cautious about how he initiates. With nobody maybe no Enraged, still finds the opportunity to get in on top of Afterlife and Immersion, in fact. And now DM, he's actually moving over to push back no one as well. No one's got to run. I mean, it looked like it was not going to go too great there for VP with Nightfall having to use the BKB in the ult quite early, but DM's still able to just charge into the four of them.
The X factor is this Timber Saw. This is the true carry of this VP lineup. This BKB on Gyro starting to get lower. He doesn't die. The big disparity in this draft is that Axe, he's good for a blink taunt. That's it. That's his effectiveness in a team fight. That's all a setup, right? He's throwing the alley-oop. Timber provides the dunk. The damage output here, absurd. I'm really shocked. Like, where was Ursa in this fight, right? They get the kill onto Saneko off to the side.
So early BKB, though.
And he pops in rage. He's like, oh, I got to get out of here. If he turns and fights
DM's just like, we're going in.
Yeah. Like, I don't think there was taunt available. That could have been even worse for Gambit, but like, just look at the damage. Oh my god, DM.
He's always ready for a fight.
That's a huge nightmare.
Is he chewing gum right now? He's just like, oh, look at his lips. Oh my god, that's terrifying. He wants a snack. And he sees quite a few on the enemy side.
He's definitely in the zone right now, DM. What's he doing on the KDA? 5-1 and 4.
Now, BSJ, he's talking about playing with swagger. I mean, that is swagger personified right there. They didn't drop a single series in their group stage, right? Or did they lose to Navi and I'm crazy? I thought
the group stage, you mean last
7-0. Last league.
Oh, I believe they won every series, right?
Yeah. This is child's play for them. I think they'd be disappointed with it to drop the map. DD bottled on the Ursa this next fight. They want to get him a blink dagger before it starts if possible. That'd be huge for them, but he's already back in base, so it won't happen. Over. I like the choice to go blink instead of Sanjin Yasha. You already have another hero that can provide initiation for you with the Lion. You have the Storm. So you want this ability to go from a screen away, immediately, boom, all your heroes ready to rock and roll. DM, no stacks, gotta be careful. But he doesn't mind being initiated upon.
Yeah, just gonna get the Lotus off in time. That's gonna get the chance to jump in over towards Snake on the backline. They get the stone control onto the Axe Afterlife. He's gonna get Hex taken down as VP they're found too. DM getting a little low. Star Appeal comes out. He's able to find the Timber Chain off to the side. DM, he's out of there. He'll live. And now the zip in for GPK. Use that last bit of mana to control the Gyro, but the roll is there from Immersion straight over to GPK. As GPK and Kingslayer fall.
Radiant structures.
And this Ursa just not having much fight impact whatsoever. Surprised GPK went back in there. Shout out to DM though. He perfectly found a path through those trees. Looked like he was
middle tower
what's the sport called where you're in that suit and you fly and it's really dangerous but people still go through bridges and tunnels anyway? Wingsuiting.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right through.
Yeah. And he's back in. He's going to go straight in for them this time, though. As they get the jump on, no one's gone. As he's pushing in. He weren't ready for that at all. AS Monaco Gambit were not prepared for VP to punch back at them as they were just nonchalantly pushing down the mid lane. Now they're going to get Dream as well.
No. Had the
Okay.
BKB. Gets the reveal.
They've not got anything to stop it. They have. No, so Dream will manage to BKB and save himself, but that's no one gone for a minute.
You can't afford to make mistakes like that against this kind of draft, though, Owen. That is huge.
We got low score. Little freebie here for GPK by the looks of it.
Dire's
all I
middle
say,
tower
that's an
is
echo.
under attack.
He's into the play here. He's got the shackle.
Oh, no.
But, them at least still dead.
It could have been cool. He was trying to get one more glimmer off, but unfortunately, GPK did so much damage that it was not possible. Shout out as well. 4 players. Take note. Buy your own dust. Don't ask me for it. Buy it yourself. Get some solo kills. Be a good Dota player.
We're safe.
Dire's top tower is
Cannot
under
be safe.
attack.
No, he was chilling there. I mean, obviously we're relying too heavily on the shard upgrade of his mana drain. Feeling invincible with the spell immunity, but there's lots of ways to work around that spell immunity. Smoke up from AS Monaco Gambit. Looking to strike while save is down. VP no. So they're out of there. DM pushing out top.
Spidey Senses was right on top of a ward. Has his own shard. You see the flamethrower going off.
Just making sure that they themselves aren't caught by surprise here. They know that AS Monaco Gambit's off the map looking for action.
But it's just so tough now. You can't really initiate on the Ursa anymore because of the BKB. Right under a smoke ward, they're going to smoke. They saw them in the river.
Yeah, they should know that this is coming, AS Monaco Gambit, so they can prepare for this.
GPK, BKB prepared. This is a huge timing.
They're going to drop the wards. They're going to open it up to DM, but already on the back lines. Nightfall's going to find the commitment on towards MONACO. As they jump straight away onto the Shaman. They'll bring him down. Now they turn over towards the Axe. Nightfall in, and with the burst from save, they'll bring down the Axe. 2 buybacks immediately coming out from AS Monaco Gambit. They're going to look to try and turn this one around. Nightfall will fall. Jump from the onto the back line. They're starting to get the 2 of them. Catches Dream, catches no one. GPK is out of mana. DM still continues to fight. He's incredibly low HP, but they can't quite finish him off. He's still got the burst available. Afterlife finally able to find the dog to bring him down. No one up on the high ground. Will fall. A save brings him out. The call Afterlife still alive. They can manage to control Kingslayer enough to keep Afterlife safe. And Immersion's back in. Gets the jump on to save. And now Kingslayer, the last one left standing here for VP. Looking to get slowly brought down. The Hectic now. Afterlife comes in for the finishing smash there. As AS Monaco Gambit bring down the entirety of VP with some smart buybacks.
Yeah, they did lose 4, though. It looks a little deceiving, but do keep in mind that was on a double buyback required. So really a 4 for 5.
Haste lays
Gold
waste.
spent probably evens things out. The XP will go in ASM Gambit's favor. That fight really well executed by VP, but DM unfortunately just did not survive long enough to finish off those low HP heroes. He very narrowly could have just killed Immersion. I think if he Lotus Orbs himself, maybe that removes Battle Hunger in time to prevent the damage output. But either way, real close. Love the decision to go Solar Crest. Also, we talk about it. They don't have much damage. It's all about boosting up the gyro. So he's putting that on him nearly every fight. But I'm still a bit spooked. DM, that Shiva's coming up next. It'll be a very scary item to have to deal with. Nightfall also not really dealing too much damage, it feels like. Have not felt his presence. Has his own shard now.
Yeah, most of the damage has really been down to DM and GPK getting the jump before the BKBs come out. A little harder to do that now though, with the butterfly complete on no one. Nothing to fight through this evasion.
I was hoping we'd see that. That's a perfect item choice in this spot. Storm can't really itemize against it. He's too underfarmed to be thinking about a Bloodthorn anytime soon. And Ursa, you know, he already just committed to the Sanj. MKB will not be in the cards for some time.
And now not only the gyro with evasion done, Halberd complete on Dream. So now got 2 cores.
Yeah.
That at this stage of the game are going to be very hard for VP to take down in these fights.
This is great itemization.
Stupendous.
Roche will still be the next contest. This one does have a shard. Kingslayer has no wards. They're going to spot the one up on that hill, but aren't able to take it down. So VP will be forced to take this fight under vision if they want to invade woods here.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, I
is
gotta
under
say, SM
attack.
Gambit looking pretty strong. I again point to the Storm net worth. Just doesn't feel like GPK. His scoreline is deceiving. He's 6-2-11, but it feels like one of those games that Storm just didn't have any space. It's very odd.
Every single move's having to be made into the entirety of SM Gambit. It seems as they're gonna step into the pit, drop down the wards. VP, can they time the jump? Roshan's falling. They're gonna try getting on the backlines. Found Immersion, they're able to burst him with the finger. Immersion goes down, buys back straight away. They do not want to give up this Roshan, SM Gambit.
They might have to. They blew the BKB for the buyback. That's a solo play right there.
And save. He tries to jump in to get the steal. He's not going to be able to find it. They did, however, get the kill with the Chakram from DM.
That's sick.
So something there for
A lot of
VP.
XP. But I'd really like to see them for future fights, you know, Timber players. Tell your team not to kill that camp. DM consistently is taking these fights with no stacks because he isn't able to tank creeps in the jungle before the engagement. And they've lost save, and there's an Aegis on the enemy side. So yeah, go straight to the high ground. So much sustain now, plus the evasion. No one will just smack this tower. Forces the glyph, but I don't think they're going anywhere here.
I should say with this butterfly Jara, Halberd, Io. Very hard to fight these cores right now. VP's got him. Tier 3 down. Gonna have to make a jump soon. Okay. Oh, that is done! Oh, immediately gets caught there as he zips in.
That's the
What got him? Did he? Was he straight to a missile? No, I mean, either way, he zipped in and he was caught out straight away. They're gonna buy back there on the two of them, DM and GPK.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It wasn't a pre-click hex. No, was it a...
It was the tether. Oh, right from the eye. The tether stun got him. It tripped him up, and now he's coming in with the buyback. Zips in. But with the BKB, they're going to grab an Immersion and bring down the tusk. Save will fall, though. And again, BKB from Nightfall having to be used to back off.
Is under attack.
He's on the back. They've got the control on DM. DM needs help. He needs it soon. The Lotus is out, but the dunk's there. It's DM dieback. Out for 90 seconds.
I
think that's all she wrote, Ollie. That's just it. They hit the timing. The Paladin Sword 2 for the extra read. You're not killing them. As you said, double evasion against zero methods of piercing it.
Bottom tower has fallen.
And the BKB timing for VP, it was solid, but Afterlife, you know, he's always there to peel when necessary. That's 2 racks.
Radiant's top tower.
And some Gambit, they're going to sweep around. Look for a third.
I don't know. They just can't kill these cores right now. The Satanic done on no one. He's not going to die. She's still on Dream. These heroes, they just don't die. You can throw everything that you've got at them on VP's lineup. And down 15k, you've got to catch them completely on their own with the full lineup of your squad. Otherwise, and there's just no chance of killing these heroes in a fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Survivability seems to be the name of the game. Thought VP's cores would be too tanky, but it turns out it's some Gambit.
Top tower has fallen.
Just indestructible.
Radiant's top tower
It's looking to get up from behind, but I don't know if this is going to work.
Are fortified.
Safe, pretty far away from the base. He has got a TP, so if he wants to rejoin the effort from the high ground, he can do so. Basher done on Nightfall, so a little bit of control, but still the damage is the big issue.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Just getting Megas here.
Nightfall's going in. They hex off in the fingers straight away. They're focusing down Dream. Can they bring down this outside? They drag him back. They've got the swipes building up. The cheese is off. Dream back up to full HP. They turn DM's down. Save as well. GG. Game over. As ASM Gambit will take this second game. And, I mean, gotta be honest, it looks like Brian was indeed right. This Ursa pick just didn't have a great game, amongst many other things. But as the final pick, it just didn't have that oomph that VP kind of needed. As ASM Gambit, they crushed it. Their final pick, this mid-gyro, no...